Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome to the chat. Let's see. It's good to see you two. You guys got here quick. Turn down this music volume. All right. How y'all like the new setup? It's a little different, but it's a lot more space for sure. Give me one moment while I send out the Reddit invite. Camera's a bit zoomed out, but it works. Lighting could use some work, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm trying to find the balance on the lighting because I have like 3 or 4 different light sources. And I was actually thinking about doing that second point is making my. Am I quieter? I moved the microphone closer to me. Let me turn up the gain a little bit. Turn that up. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure all this stuff out with the limited time I have between streams to get everything up and running. Yeah, I just need to turn the gain up a little bit. So that should help. And then I'm thinking, I'm not going to do it right now because it's going to mess with, I'd have to move a lot of stuff around in order to get the stream layout right. But I'm thinking that I'm going to move the camera towards the view towards the center of the screen and just take up a little bit more space of the Word doc. So that way that the image is bigger. Because I looked at it through the actual camera app on the computer itself, and it's perfectly clear. So there's not really a whole lot I can do with the camera. I just need to actually make this sizing bigger for the next stream so I'm easier to see. So you guys will get to see more of my face on Monday's stream, so that way I don't have to take too much time messing around with that right now. But I'll move that all about, and we should be good to go. But yeah, thanks for joining the stream right away, 3 of you. So as you guys know, we are working on magic items today. Should be a lot of fun. We came up with a pretty extensive list of magic items between Monday and Wednesday. So I'm kind of thinking that we do, we can start with whichever one you guys want to start with. And I will, just kind of help guide us through the way. I was thinking maybe we start with the Hindrance of Destiny. The Tasha portion of the screen doesn't seem to do much. What are you keeping it empty for? Not any real particular reason. There is a jar at the bottom, so the whole, it's just kind of like a little, yeah. There's definitely a lot I could do. So you're not wrong. I just need to actually play with it until I get it how I like it. But I'm definitely going to move the camera somewhere where I can put more space, and then maybe just get the images off. We'll see. I just kind of like the little Tasha hand dropping coins into the quote unquote cup or jar. But yeah, none of this stuff is obviously permanent. I change it little by little every stream to see how ultimately I'll like it. So I am up for any suggestions that you guys have or anything that you'd like to see, because we're only, as crazy as it sounds, it's only the 6th stream, so none of this stuff is like where I'm not attached to having any of this stuff in any particular order yet. But yeah, it's fine for today. We'll make it work. As long as you guys can kind of see me and kind of hear me, then we'll be okay. I do need to decide what colors I'm going to do for the lighting, though. Pretty much all the lighting is interchangeable. If you move her down, you can move the camera above Tasha, move the document over, and resize the camera and the document. That's fair. That's very fair. This may be a good idea. Yeah, just scale the image down, move it to the top left. Yeah, I can try playing. Yeah. Well, expect it to look very different on Monday then, because I'm going to move all this stuff around. Does anyone have I guess I can kind of scroll through. Gonna be AFK for a bit. You're good. Take your time. Welcome to the chat for D&D. Anyone have a preference in terms of what magic item they want to start with, or did you guys want to start with the Hindrance of Destiny? Because we got a lot. I feel like we could take a good amount of time on the Hindrance, to be honest. Hindrance is fine. Okay, cool. So let's do this. So, I don't know if you guys had any thoughts. Is it? Only one N? Am I stupid? Maybe I am. Oh, yeah. Hedrons, not hindrance. Yeah, I am stupid. Okay. Yes. It's just one of those days, guys. Bear with me. So I don't know if anyone had any specific thoughts in terms of this particular item. I know we had talked about it being basically, obviously, a set of 6 dice that have reality warping abilities that scale on the higher dice. I was kind of thinking that, kind of keeping in with the tradition of a general D20 in D&D, right? Like a 1 is obviously a critical fail and a 20 is a critical success, kind of following that theme. I was thinking we do like odds and evens. So, odd numbers have a negative effect, even numbers have a positive effect. And then obviously there's kind of a cap, because with the D4, you only have 4 sides. but the higher the number, the more positive the effect could be. So obviously, once you get into the 10, the 12, and the 20, the severity levels of those effects each jump kind of drastically. But I don't know. What thoughts do you guys have? Because if that's the case, then we can start fleshing out what some of those effects would be. Maybe one can turn copper into gold. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's going to be a whole list. So essentially, it would be, the way I'm thinking of it is, it's a 1 through 20 list, right? And we would need to decide what 20 effects we want, right? Actually, now I'm thinking about it, because 1 should be the worst effect, and then 20 should be the best effect. So in theory, I don't know. It's up to you guys. But maybe the way that we do it is like, I don't know if we should just do it as straight up more significant the higher you go. Like a 1 isn't that big of a deal. Or should we make a 1 a huge deal? Or maybe the order gets mixed up. There's a lot of ways you could go with it. I think the most balanced way would be to have the just have 20 things scaling in severity, but the order can be mixed. Meaning, like, when you get to the D20, a 1 doesn't do the same thing on a D4 as it does a D20. If that makes any sense. Right? Like, because the 1 on a D4 shouldn't be as terrible as the 1 on a D20. Because you only have 3 other possibilities on that roll versus having 19 other possibilities. So a positive would be turns copper to gold. And then obviously a negative could be turns gold to copper. Would be a couple of easy ones to throw on there. So that's going to be a negative and then a positive. So basically we need 20 of these styles with a pretty broad range of positive to negative, or scalability. Maybe one could turn copper to gold. Of Destiny conjured an image in my head of Ion stones. Okay. If we're going to come up with a result for every roll, that's 50 possible results. No, it doesn't have to be 50 possible results. It would be 20 possible results, because the idea would be that the D4 is a more mild version of the D6, which is a more mild version of the D8, which is a more mild version of the, so on and so forth. So the list of 20 effects, you would just take 4 from the total 20 and put it on the D4, 6 from the total, put it on the 6, 8, and so on and so forth. So you don't need 50 options. You just need 20. For a negative kills the roller. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be on the higher end, but that's, It's True Blue says, what's up, True Blue? It just like straight kills you. Yeah, why not? Do you want this to have deck of many things, repercussions? So that's what I'm thinking, right? Is that it depends on which dice you're rolling. So it should have scalability. Like, so we should have some that are very mild, like you break a bone, or you stub a toe, or you are poisoned, from all the way to like significant things like you instantly die, right? But the difference would be that the D4 would essentially, in my mind, be the tamest one. So the positives are not as positive as what you could get on a D6, but they're also not as negative as what you can get on the D6, and so on and so forth, right? So while it's, you know, maybe harder to find that D20, and it's still always 50-50, right? You either get something good or you get something bad, but the D20 has this kind of range of, you might get a tasty meal, you might get a holy relic, but you might also insta-kill yourself, right? So your risk of ruin is much higher. Yeah, exactly. The higher the die, the higher possible risk, but also the higher possible reward. With that kind of deck of many things mentality of, there are some cards in the deck that are very tame by comparison, so you could get that D20 and roll it and still get the very basic, like maybe you turn 20 copper into 20 gold, right? So it's got to be kind of broad in that there should be some that are very mild, some that are moderate, some that are harsh, and then some that are fucking just terrible, right? Like, you know, everyone in the world forgets who you are, or you lose the ability to cast magic. I don't know. Like, obviously those are both negatives, but we need kind of a 50-50 split of positives. And just like any of the other, like when we did the character building, obviously we could go over the 20. The way I would build the item into my campaign is that I would just pick 20 of those that we add to the list that I think add the best balance. So we can make as many ideas for this as we want. But yeah, so just throw them out there. We'll just throw shit till till we have a solid list. Also, you know, very quickly, we did reach 30 followers yesterday. We had our 30th person follow. It was actually Menza Monkey, who was in the chat last week. So that's awesome. We are officially 20 followers away from reaching affiliate within our first 6 streams. So that's incredible. Definitely appreciate all the support and everything so far. So thank you, Menza Monkey. Also, shout out to Catboy Tad for being the stream boss for 2 streams in a row. Working on your 3rd one right now. 400 HP to go. So we'll see if we can keep that going through the night. I'm thinking, I was playing around with some of the Streamlabs stuff yesterday, and I threw together some items for kind of a little merch store. It's very basic and rudimentary for now. But I think if we make affiliate before March, that I'm going to randomly pick 2 of the followers and do a giveaway. So if that's something you'd like to see, or if there's any items you'd like me to add, feel free to let me know. So get a free wish. That's going to be on the higher end, but absolutely. Memories erased. The deck of many things has about 55% negative outcomes, 40% positive, and 5% neutral. You want something more fair. Yeah, I want it to kind of be 50-50 in the case of the dice. So, and once again, right, I would, just like everything else we do, I think the best way to go is to oversaturate. So we don't need to get to exactly 20. We just need at least 20 things that we could pull from to make this usable in a game, right? But realistically, if we come up with a list of 40 things, it just means that anyone in the stream, right, has more options to choose from. So I'll pick my 20 from the eventual list, but it doesn't mean that you would have to use the same 20. Ages 10 years becomes 10 years younger. Okay. You think we should do that like a choice? Like the roller gets to choose and call it a positive, or they're forced and call it a negative? Nope, no choice. Would you guys rather age 10 years or would you rather become 10 years younger? What would you rather do? I mean, if they have no choice, I'm gonna call that a negative for sure. You know? Yeah, I figure that's what most people would say. I would, yeah, because you can always just go back and fix things. Age 10 years? Okay. Well, you're the youngest one here. It's true, Blue. So I think when you get to be uh, my age, it'll be it'll be you know the opposite. Depending on the race of the PC, aging 10 years can be a death sentence. That's true, but that's maybe that's the risk. So I would probably just put that on one of the higher sides because either way, having your age affected by magic is not ideal. Not ideal. Changes a lot of your dynamics. Yeah, like if you become 10 years younger, you can't be in a relationship anymore. You know. Yeah, that's true. It is one of the deck many thing cards. That was a good one, Catboy. Before D&D would probably say age up so you could be 17. uh, okay, let's see. Two, three, four. Let's see real quick. So what else are we thinking? That's a good start. That's four negatives, two positives. Definitely on the broader end of the spectrum. Hmm. It's always more fun thinking of the negatives, though, isn't it? You know, it's probably why the balance is that way. Whoa, whoa, what? ¿Qué pasó? I just checked my Switch page. I'm 7 short of 500 and haven't streamed since January. What were you at before? I mean, congratulations, first off. I'm pretty sure I followed you. If I didn't, then let me know. Like 470? Yeah. Well, it's probably because you're such a good participant. You know. So, I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the least. It's well deserved. I guess I've been making more friends than I thought. Well, there you go. See? That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But congratulations. I'm sure you'll reach 500 in no time. Maybe before you even start streaming again. Yay, friendship. let's see. I'm trying to think of positives. Because I feel like we're going to get, you know, get plenty of negatives over the next few hours. These are the effects of DMT. Changes alignment. Gain a level. If you solo a monster, become imprisoned possibly forever. -2 to all saving throws. Undo one event of your choice, past or future. Gain powerful fiend enemy. Lose 10,000 XP. You become objectively more attractive. What the fuck? +1 charisma. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, keep them coming, Angry Meatball. I have the deck, like a reference, but if you can copy paste them, I appreciate it. Or if you can bring them in. Here, I'm just going to put them all on, because isn't that the point, is that we want to oversaturate, so... Oh, that's not what I meant to copy paste. Oh, that's right. That's not the formatting I want to use. Huh, that's interesting. Why is it doing it like that? Okay. Okay, cool. That undo one event would go well with the Hedrons. Funny story is I used the deck of many things in my last campaign, and one of my players found it, and I forget which card it was, but the first card he drew from the deck was the card that basically destroys like all your worldly possessions. And then he decided to draw again, and the second card he drew was that card that would let him undo an event. And so he undid it. Which deck of many things do I have? I bought this on Amazon. I'll show y'all. It's this. Let's see if the camera picks that up. I bought this like a year ago. This little nifty deck of many things box. And it has what's called the deck of many fates as well. Sorry, but the audio was terrible there for a second while I was walking around. It's like they have their own deck that they made as well, so they send you both the original deck with their custom art on it, and then their deck with some other cool effects that you can use. Yeah, I really like it. If you plan to use it in your game, it's a nice like physical thing to have for sure. I love stuff like that. Before DNCD says laugh my ass off, the whoops combo. Yeah, it was quite a combo. 50,000 GP worth of treasure. Hell yeah. Damn. The lose all property is savage. Savage AF. Alright. Looks like we got a couple more people trickling in besides the regular crew. So if you are here right now, welcome to the stream. Tonight we are working on the topic of magic items. We came up with a pretty substantial list over the last couple of streams. And we're going to see how many of these magic items we can make fully functional for a D&D or other similar role-playing game tonight. We'll be streaming until midnight Central Time. So if you have any ideas on the current magic item that we're working on or anything you'd like to add to the conversation, feel free to jump on in. We are currently working on the Hedrons of Destiny, a set of dice that will have different, both positive and negative magic effects that kind of scale the larger the dice number. So, very similar in essence to the Deck of Many Things with a different kind of little flavorful twist. At least in my mind, the version of this that I use in my campaign will be a little bit more balanced. A little less negative, a little more positive to hit that 50-50 split. But yeah. So feel free to chime in. Go back in time 24 hours. Okay? And I feel like that whole premise is that's good for a low level one, like on the D6. Because it's not so, like, in the right situation, you know, it's super powerful. In the wrong situation, it's, you know, maybe a negative instead of a positive. Some Harry Potter shit. Yeah, you're right about that. Let me see. Make sure that... Why am I blurry all of a sudden? Let's see. One second, I'm going to adjust the camera. Yeah, there we go. That should be better. Okay. Summon the Grim Reaper to 1v1. If you lose, you can't be resurrected by any means. Ooh. I think that aptly summarizes it. 50k XP. Ooh, isn't that the sun one? I remember the sun. In my campaign that I told you guys about in the last stream, where the one that I rage quit, so to speak. I got the sun card from the deck of many things. Not for any particular reason, just because my DM liked giving out random bullshit. That one would be dangerous. Answer to any one question. I know what some of my players would ask immediately. If the snail touches you, you immediately die. Catches the snail and knows where you are at all times. Before it touches you, you are immortal. I mean, that would suck if you rolled that one multiple times. Sure, I'll put it on the list. I don't think that one's getting into mine, but... and you dead. Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine you roll, you know, because outside of that, there's no effect, so there's no reason to stop the player from constantly rolling. You get two, you know, let's say it's a 7, you know, you roll 3 7s, and now you got 3 killer snails that want to kill you. Or maybe they don't even want to kill you, they just want to touch you. That's their whole purpose. Yeah, I mean, we haven't ruled against it. It could be a thing of, depending on how the DM rules it, right? Because the whole idea with any of these ideas, it's up to DM interpretation. Is you could rule it that when you roll one of these dice, once the effect is used, the dice disappears and then respawns in another part of the world. Right, so you never know what you're going to get, and then you only have the one opportunity. That's fair. Otherwise, there's no reason that the instances would not be repeatable. Or you could even roll it where the dice doesn't go away, but the side of the dice does. Right, so maybe you roll that 7 and the snail comes out. Well, now 7 no longer works on the die, but... I thought you were just simulating dice rolls there for a second, True Blue. Hopefully it's just your cat and not cat boy, you know, running over the keyboard. Mm, it definitely could. Yeah, the idea is that this whole idea is obviously malleable. The way that I kind of like the idea of doing it, at least so far in my head, and obviously this could change, is that uh, each one is like, yeah, I wouldn't want to give 6 uses. Yeah, I'm planning on using this one in my campaign as a replacement to the deck of many things. So, but the way that I'm thinking of it is instead of, you know, there being one deck, what happens when you get all the hedrons together? That's, you know, maybe there's something that happens. I can't say that with my player here, but you know, maybe there is something that happens. That's a great question, Angry Meatball. Okay, I'm a dip and you can say. It's one of those things I'd rather be a surprise. The simple answer is yeah, maybe something happens, but I haven't decided on it. But that would be what's called a metagame goal, right? I want their goals to be genuine to the character, not because before D&D likes to be the most powerful guy in the room. Treasure hunters are true to life. That's fair. Oh yeah, Catboy. Look at that. That's a wholly original idea. No one's ever done that in recent years. A gauntlet of some kind. Yeah, maybe that's what it is the Gauntlet of Destiny. No, the gauntlet needs some dice. That's what it needs. I've certainly never seen it. Angry Meatball, what are you doing over there? Now that he's passed, you have to fulfill his life's dream. You know, that's honestly somewhat similar to his actual character backstory. So it's funny that you say that. It's very similar to his character's actual backstory. Your character's father does own a newspaper. Or rather, did own a newspaper. R.I.P. So he knows as much as I can get away with. Yeah, we'll see how much you can get away with. Owning a local newspaper isn't exactly equative till um, you know, knowing everything. Yeah, you like that? I had to abbreviate it. I had to shorten it down. I, did I put a D though? I probably should have at least put an S, make it more intelligible. The snail touches you and you dead. Oh, I just made it worse. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Alright. Very cool. Yeah, there's some good stuff. Obviously, a lot of this has overlap, or not even overlap, is directly from the deck of many things, but it's a good start. But I think the core concept is really interesting, though, because you could, you know, like take this and just homebrew it some more and really make it your own. Like whatever style you think is the most interesting, go for it. I probably would do the 6 individual dice myself, but you could definitely go with the idea of it's 1 die that you roll and then it decreases until it's ultimately gone after all 6 rolls, or maybe it just disappears and starts over again after all 6 rolls. Yeah, so there are a couple of different ways you could rule it as DM for your campaigns, but cool. I think we should let's see. Let's pick a second one that we can start working on, and then obviously as we have maybe more ideas that come up throughout the night for positives or negatives, we can just add those to the list. Right now that we've got a list going, there's no need to solely focus on it. So, with that being said, which one do you guys want to do next? I'll let, got the majority of the list up here. Someone throw one out and we'll work on that next. That's perfect timing. My water just ran out. So while you guys decide what you want to work on next, I'm going to grab a water. I'm going to just throw that on just so I can show off the graphic. Be right back. I am back. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. Okay. Nordy0001. Hey, welcome to the chat. Ogre Knuckle does sound fun. Let's do it. Let's work on the Ogre Knuckle. Now, do we keep it Ogre Knuckle, or do we switch it to Knuckles? What do you guys think? I do not need a footer. Just a severed knuckle. I don't know if I would consider that, in essence, a magical item. Is it going to be gauntlets? Well, so that's the beauty, Nordy. And welcome to the chat, by the way. So the way that I try to do these world building sessions is very open market. So we kind of create a general idea here, but you can kind of take and tailor it however you want. So maybe in It's True Blues campaign, it's going to be a literal knuckle that's been enchanted, as she says. Maybe it's a brass knuckle that's just oversized, right? Um, so, you know, it's open to interpretation. So there's not going to be a one size fits all answer, um, but we can kind of make it workable to where then you can take it and do what you want with it. What's good, baby? Welcome to the chat, personalities. Like Clark's thumb. What is that from? Oh, Crane. Clark's thumb. Let me look that up. Oh, it's from Magic the Gathering. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Lets you re-roll D2s. That's interesting. Oh, you're saying, okay. So it lets you re-roll 50-50 odds. I gotcha. I gotcha. That makes sense. Switch back to the Word doc. Okay, there we go. So is that the effect that you're imagining it's true blue, or you just mean in terms of like the aesthetic style? Yeah, because generally what I imagine when I hear Ogre Knuckle is I imagine like kind of to Catboy's thing. But I mean, maybe you can go with you go with both. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Like I can't imagine a knuckle, like a true knuckle on its own, I guess, for an ogre. It's I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Is it's kind of like they're like the belts of giant strength, right? So maybe it gives you an ogre strength score, as well as like probably some other minor effect. Because I don't like. I think it's an interesting item, but Ogre Knuckle doesn't scream like super high level magic item either. So I would probably value this at like an uncommon to a rare maybe magic item. I wouldn't imagine we're building this out to be super powerful. Let me look up the ogre stat block real quick. Are you familiar with the Deathclaw, what the Deathclaw Gauntlet from Fallout looks like? I'm not, but I can be in about 15 seconds by Googling it. This thing looks like extremely intense. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so Ogre has a strength score of 19, which is a +4. So that would probably be the first thing. Yeah, it makes your strength score 19. That's the ogre, yeah. Functions like a lesser shield and makes your unarmed attacks stronger. Uh, ooh, I could see it going. The second effect's going like one of three ways, right? Based on the comments and um, kind of what I'm thinking. So what I'm thinking is maybe it gives you the ability to throw objects of like a certain size, like I don't know, like maybe a medium size to a greater distance, right? Like something above average, and we can work on the specific semantics of that. Um, you could go the shield route, which you could do a couple of different ways, like maybe a +1 to AC, so it's not quite as valuable as a shield, or something to that effect. Or you can make it where the wearer has proficiency with unarmed attacks, so then they can actually add their proficiency bonus to attack rolls. So, like for maybe a weakling dwarf non-monk, you know, he throws on these gauntlets and now he's a heavy hitter. So it'd be like some, you know, you could throw it into a lot of interesting situations. Makes you count as a size larger for grappling. That would be a good one. Your intelligence is reduced by 2, and you gain the ability to rage once per long rest. I'm reading the info for the Ogre on 5e tools. They have the Furious Tempers and Legendary Stupidity. So I mean, that's up to you how punishing you want to be with like your more basic magic items. The way I kind of read into the Knuckles personally is I would make it just like some kind of mild positive effects. But here's what I'm gonna do. Since I think we're pretty much all in agreement that the strength score should become 19 being the primary effect, I'll just make a list of all the different tangible secondary effects, so that way anyone can come in and pick out what they want to throw together. Agree with what? Why can I not spell tonight? There we go. Oh, you're not sure that you agree with the strength score? Well, thank you for clarifying. Then what I will do is I will just make a list of possible effects. So I'll add it to the list. Oh, the Ogre Gauntlet, you're right. You know, I totally forgot about the Ogre Gauntlets. Is it called? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So maybe what you could do in certain cases, right? And once again, the final build for whatever item you're going to take and use in your campaign should kind of be your own, right? But that's a fair point. But maybe what you do is you add 1 or 2 of the positives and then you take 1 of the negatives and add it in to kind of balance it out, right? So size larger for grappling. Okay, that's a fair point. I forgot about the gauntlets of ogre power actually already being a thing. So, that is a very fair call out. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just go with one of the two mentalities. Then you could either replace, because there's nothing wrong with that ultimately. If we can take and upgrade the ogre gauntlets, and then maybe just get rid of the ogre gauntlets, that's always a fine option as well. But obviously, if we want to make them wholly unique, then we could go a few different ways in terms of some of these other options on the list. Like maybe you could combine the daily rage with the intelligence reduction. So specifically, when you use the rage, your intelligence is reduced, and then add a couple more of the minor benefits. No, it's not OP. The point is not for you to use the whole list. It's to pick a couple of items from the list to create your own version of the or the knuckle, excuse me. Don't, please don't go out giving uncommon or rare items with this many magical abilities. That will break a game fairly quickly. Sorry, I'm in and out. I thought all of them was for the gauntlet. Yeah, no. Generally, the idea is that we're gonna once again try to oversaturate. So, if we come up with more ideas, that just means people can kind of tailor them to fit and choose what they think the best version of the item is, right? Because we're not, we got a lot of people in here. We're not all gonna agree on every aspect. How about greater damage for unarmed strikes? Okay. Curses you and turns you into an ogre over time. Let's say over a month, just generically. Kind of like Grayscale from Game of Thrones. Fair enough. Okay. Well, I think that kind of puts us in the same place, right? So we want to try to get as many of these fleshed out as possible. So let's continue to, as you guys have more ideas for either the Hindrance or for the Ogre's Knuckle, we can throw those out. But what we would like to work on as our third magic item for tonight. I doubt we get through the whole list, but I want to see how close we can get. Let's see if you're still. Let's see. Oh, we just hit the 1 hour mark. Cool. Or just a few minutes ago, I should say. So we are officially 1 hour into the stream. So if you are watching, thank you so much. We've currently knocked out 2 magic items, and we'll be soon working on the third one. So if you like what you see or have any feedback for some of the items that we're working on so far, please feel free to drop it in the chat. Before D&D says, okay, so I've been thinking about the wings of Orion and the bow of Artemis. Gonna be a bit long. Okay? Go for it. Well, before D&D is typing that out, I will very likely be doing a merch giveaway at the end of the month, especially if we keep tracking the way that we are. I'm looking to be at 50 followers by March 1st, which at the rate we're going to get there in no time. So thanks again to all the support, or for all the support. Thinking about giving away 2 items in kind of my merch store. So if you guys want to take a look and let me know what are some of the items that you like, what you don't like, just, whenever you have a chance. Yeah, unless there's something else you guys think I should do for a giveaway, I just want to kind of show, show my appreciation for you guys. So if I can make it to affiliate before March, then I think that's the least I can do is pick out a couple people from the follower list and give away some of the items. At least for now, Obviously, if we continue to get bigger and keep growing, then maybe I'll do bigger giveaways as well. But maybe I'll give away before D&D if anyone wants a 7-year-old boy who plays D&D and talks a lot on Twitch. Angry Meatball says, I was thinking of the Venefact shard. Okay, cool. It's True Blue says no thanks. Alright, well, hey. Can't make everyone happy with the giveaway, can I? That sounds like trouble. Yeah. I mean, that's why I want to give them away. Either a single-use item or one that gets harder to use as you use it. A dagger that turns to flesh, or that turns flesh to stone or to stand. Okay. What does Venefact mean anything? And I'll wait for that response. Ah, Benefact means polished by sand erosion. Because kind of what I imagine when I like read that is like maybe Benefact. Obviously, it has its literal meaning, but maybe in your role playing world, Benefact could be like a material, and so um, you know maybe it has multiple uses, but when it's crafted into something like a weapon, it it kind of has that effect that you're describing of turning flesh to sand, or even just eroding away whatever it strikes within reason, but then also eroding itself. I like the idea of it either being a single or a very limited use. Um, yeah. Let's see. Let me put in the note for this bow. Here, I'm just gonna copy paste it. It's gonna look funky, but it'll be easier to come back to it here in a bit. Okay. Before D&D says the wings grant you flight, and if you're a lawful good, it grants you advantage on religion checks. The bow is a +3 bow and grants you proficiency on nature checks. If they are already proficient, it's expertise, but when you get them together, they get hella spicy. They both require attunement as well. Yeah, that should, I think for most of the items we talked about, that's a for sure. I love how it's official canon that he's 7. He absolutely is 7. That's a permanent fixture of this stream. I know him in real life, and he's 7 in real life. I don't even argue it anymore. Yeah, you can't. You did it to yourself. Seems to be the general consensus. Cowboy Tad said, I learned something new today. Yeah, me too. It's an interesting fact. It's maybe of hide or skin that's been turned to stone. Maybe. Okay. It's an interesting way of imagining it. Require a con save. That would make sense. I imagine that if it's a repeatable effect, the DC would get lower every time you use it. Until it just, it doesn't have the effect. So either single use or repeats, but DC gets lower on each use. Hey, Nordy0001 is now following. Hey, very nice. Welcome to the archive. I think that's what I'm going to say. I need to actually go in. I think I could change the chat message for when people follow. I need to play with that. But I think that's what I'm going to say from now on, something to that effect. But welcome to the archive. It's great to have you. Cowboy Tide, you are sitting at 200 HP, which means the next donation of $1 or more, or the next follow, is gonna create a new stream boss. Try Control Shift V for the pasting. Let me try it. I assume that's what you were talking about, True Blue. But that's not doing nothing. Either way, I just got a new a new laptop. It's a Mac instead of Windows, so it's a little bit of learning involved. Before D&D, that is a lot of text, so I'm reading through it. So you're saying that the concept would be that the two owners are secretive in the fact that they own these products, but they also understand the effects, but they're two different people? I don't know about that. From a story standpoint, it doesn't sound very logical, but I don't know. There are some definite changes that I would make to this, but I will come to those in a second once we're done working on the shard, the Venefact shard. Mine is welcome to the crew because Blues Cruise. Oh my god. What a pun. We get the best puns here in the archive. I like that though. Before D&D says, is anyone else lagging or just me? I'm not lagging, but also I'm the one on stream, so hopefully it's not nothing with me. The feed is skipping a bit. Oh shit. Let's see. You're good. Just wondering if I'm tripping. Also, you Mac gross. Thanks. Thank you so much. I would never be caught dead with a Mac. Oof. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't blame you for that. It's just very convenient for some of the other things I need, and then allows me to do this without dragging my PC in here. It might be low bit rate. I mean, because there wasn't this problem earlier, right? Like, this is just happening now. What sounds better, Disintegrate or Petrification? Traditionally, Petrification is slow and can be reversed before taking full effect. If what you're going for is you want it to be... Ooh, I mean, so you could do both. I'm going to put both on the list. But what would be cool is if they have, like... I think before you say you don't watch a lot of anime, but I imagine this character from My Hero Academia who basically has a Disintegrate ability that can be relatively slow, but so what I'm thinking is like maybe it's a painless kind of slow disintegration, right? Like you stab someone with it and they don't even feel themselves disintegrating away. So it takes more time, but eventually it'll get to a point where the disintegration gets to like a vital spot depending on where the person was stabbed. And then they, slowly die and then completely erode away. I don't know how you would feel about that, but I think that's an interesting way to use the item. Right, you stab them in the foot, it's going to take them a lot longer to die than if you stab them maybe right in the chest. Anybody watch Doctor Who? Just curious, but Disintegrate is a 6th level spell. Yeah, I mean that would be the key to balance, right? Is how rare are these items? Because if the item's rare enough and it's a single use, then there's really no issue in my mind with doing a 6th level spell if you want it to be fairly instantaneous. But obviously, if it's a slower effect, you could also, depending on how slow it is, there's the possibility that the disintegration could be stopped through some type of magical means. Uh, yeah, this started happening like 5 minutes. Okay. Let me see what I can do then, because it sounds like it is not. I don't know what the problem could be. I haven't changed anything. Wi-Fi angry? I mean, my Wi-Fi seems to be working. Here. Let me pull it up and look at what you guys are seeing. Bear with me, good people. How's it now? The screen just said make it Undertale. That was interesting. Alright. Well, sorry about that, guys. I'm not really sure what happened, but if it happens again, let me know. So, technology, right? Here we are. I would say scale down the disintegrate damage, but keep the insta-kill effect if it's a single-use item. Otherwise, I have to play test it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you could do a modified disintegrate item. It really just once again comes down to the rarity that you want to impose on it, and then if you want to do single use versus multiple. Because if it's single use and it's it's not uncommon, it's like extremely rare, right? Then I don't necessarily think that you'd have to tone it down, right? Because you give it the same value as it's effectively just a spell scroll at that point. It's a very flavorful spell scroll, with the addition that it's potentially even harder to use in that they would have to hit past someone's armor class with the dagger. So thinking about it from that perspective, if you treat it like a level 6 spell scroll in terms of rarity, then I don't necessarily see a problem with it. But that's, once again, assuming it is single use instead of multi-use. If it's multi-use, then there's a lot more balancing you got to do with it. Twitch servers probably went crazy. It's a Friday night. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Because I'll be honest, I didn't do anything. I pulled up Twitch and then immediately like it dropped, and then went back right back to normal. I just pulled up the feed to see what was going on, and it fixed itself. So, you know, they must have just heard we were popping off in here because we like spiked in people, and Twitch was like, "No, we can't have that." I'd make it a single use rare item. I'm trying to consider balance for the average game. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is like, if you want to do it the way that you normally do it and just toss them out, give them to people, do them whatever, fuck it. Do that too. If that's how you have fun, right? I would definitely go the more balanced approach personally, but that is the beauty of D&D. It's the beauty of pretty much any I mean, your role as a dungeon master, right, is you get to pick and choose. Balance is more important to me. It doesn't have to be more important to you. So there's nothing wrong with that. Let me look at this. So as far as your Wings of Orion and your Bow of Artemis, I mean, +3 bow gives you proficiency on nature checks is fine. Bumps it up to expertise, sure, that's fine. When someone has both items and they're lawful good, it gives a +3 to AC. I don't know that I would have the restriction of lawful good on these items. Maybe there's a theme to it based on the gods you're using. I don't know. I don't know that much about... Well, I know a little bit about Greek mythology, but I can't think of a specific reason that, like, Artemis, for instance, I wouldn't necessarily classify her as a lawful good deity. I'd probably say she's more chaotic good. But I don't think you need to use an alignment stipulation on this. That's just me personally, but obviously, once again, use it how you want it in your games. Also allows the user to use Deflect Missile twice per long rest. And they're fluent in Celestial and could talk to animals. The thing is that both of these are so powerful that the owners of them don't really tell anyone and are looking for their counterpart. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the trick with this is you're forcing two attunement slots on items that have a lot of abilities that can be granted in other ways, right? Like, obviously stats are one thing, but like giving a language as a requirement of having both of these items seems a little weak in my opinion. Having the ability to talk to animals but requiring both seems weak in my opinion. So it doesn't actually do, and there's not like any necessary I don't know, it's just me, it doesn't seem like there's any necessary cohesion, right? Like, if you wanted to give them the animal speaking as part of the bow because Artemis is goddess of the hunt, that makes sense. Like, pretty much all of these abilities, besides the flight, seem more like their Artemis abilities, and they should all be like, if you were going to do this, just forget the wings, and then do a bow that kind of follows the critical role scaling system for like god tier items, where at a lower level of awakening it will, be like a +1 and then give you talk to animals and or like nature checks or whichever. And then as you earn the ability to scale it up, it goes to a +2 and then gives you, if that makes any sense. You can definitely amp it up. I just don't want to overdo it and make it OP. To Angry Meatball's point, yeah, you definitely generally want to start beefy and work your way down. The same way that we've been doing all the other items on this list. You can, with the Knuckle as a perfect example, if you put all 7 things that we threw on there as one item, it's going to be a fairly strong item. But it's very easy to just take off the things that are making it too powerful to scale it back down. Whereas if you don't have enough solid ideas on the board to play around with, you're going to be, a little short. Yeah, I don't necessarily see the cohesion of the 2 items. I get what you're going for. But I feel like it needs a bit of workshopping in the sense that the items individually don't necessarily seem compelling enough. And then together they don't... I just don't know why... it really just sounds like an Artemis bow is really what it sounds like. And then you also get the wings. Like, if it's a legendary item that gives you wings and advantage on religion checks, that's a terrible legendary item, because you can get advantage on religion checks a million ways with even uncommon items, and you can get the ability to fly in several ways before you hit legendary class items. So I think that's mostly my concern, is that the wings are seriously underpowered versus... the bow obviously has a lot more thought into kind of the flavor there. That makes sense. Definitely can be turned into something great, though. But yeah, I would beef it up. Beef the wings up. Alright, with that being said, yeah, I mean, if the wings are meant to be an accessory, then I wouldn't have the story arc being that there are 2 people trying to find the other half, because that makes them sound like they're equivalent. And then the wings shouldn't necessarily be legendary. I get the appeal of wanting to have both be legendary, but if they're 2 halves, they gotta be equal. If they're not 2 halves, one's gotta be lesser. So I would either have, like, in your story, however you run this, I would probably just have somebody already own both items if they're meant to be accessories to each other. But, alright guys, let's go ahead and pick the next magic item. I guess I can highlight the ones that we've already started the process on. Dead Man's Bane. I like that name, Dead Man's Bane. A mace made from the skull of and femur of a saint who dedicated his life to cleansing the world of risen dead. Ooh, dang, Angry Meatball, you just come up with that? Yeah, that is saucy. That is saucy AF, I do say. That is very, very flavorful. just suffused with holy energy. Alright, so obviously this item is a mace, right? And you could, of course, you know, if you want the item to be any other weapon, you could obviously change it up, but we'll say for the sake of this, since Angry Meatball provided such good flavor, we're going to call it a mace. What kind of effects would this mace have? Obviously, they're going to kind of cater towards more preservation of life slash damaging, affecting undead. But, you know, what are we thinking? That was a very good description, though. So we got the stream spiking up again. Hopefully Twitch doesn't try to shut us back down, you know. But if you are here, thanks for joining the stream. We're now working on our this is going to be our 5th magic item for the night, so we're moving right along. Currently working on Dead Man's Bane, a mace made from the skull and femur of a saint who dedicated his life to cleansing the world of the risen dead. So if you have any thoughts or ideas on how we could make this a badass magic item, feel free to leave them in the comments. Let's see. Vanilla effects include dealing bonus damage to undead, detecting undead, right? Like, so typical, you know, basic paladin cleric stuff, which is fine. Raise Dead, I don't know. I feel like Raise Dead kind of goes with the opposition of the item's flavor. Yeah, I think Turn Undead would be better as opposed to Raise Dead, because the whole theme is it should like I just don't see the saint who got turned into a mace raising dead of his own. That would be an interesting. Oh, Raised Dead. I'm tripping. I am tripping. Hey, you know what? I still don't know. I'm going to put it on there anyways. I was thinking of a different ability. Hey, Dry Gold, welcome back. It's good to hear from you. Hope you're doing all right. Yo. Yeah, I mean, you could go, especially if you're using the flavor that it's from a saint who, you know, effectively would be like a cleric class. You could do a lot in the way of, for whatever modified version, adding in, you know, kind of vanilla or valuable cleric spells as well. Maybe it gives you smites. That would be interesting, right? Because if he's a, you know, you gotta imagine this dude was either a paladin or a cleric by D&D standards. Like, so maybe it gives you smite abilities specifically on undead. Maybe that's where the additional damage comes from. Halves movement of undead. Ooh. I would say that probably lasts 1 minute. Yeah, I could definitely see this. Depending on what rarity you want to classify this as, I could see you either going with like a basic additional damage to undead, like an additional d6 or something very simple, and then having just like a general detect undead aura, um, or even the ability to cast the spell, or the you know what I'm saying, and then um, depending on how large you want to scale it, right? Like how valuable you want the item to be, adding a certain number of charges for things like raise dead, destroy undead, and then the smites. Fear effect, I'm pretty sure turn it undead is effectively a fear. Can cast Aura of Life. Sure. Right, once again, oversaturation is key because ultimately I'd rather have more ideas than we need than fewer ideas. So, and my version of Dead Man's Bane might be different than It's True Blue's version of Dead Man's Bane. But that is a good thing, not a bad thing. At least that's how I think of it. So. Oof. Catboy, I'm a little nervous with you at 200 HP. I've held that streak for a good while now. This is a little 3.5, but if you kill enough undead with it, 100 plus maybe, you get a single use ability to call down a beam of holy light from the sky as divine judgment. Okay. Yeah, I like. I've always liked the idea that there are items that have effects that are tied to completing like certain tasks. I think that's interesting. Um, the only issues that I see with those type of weapons, right, is like obviously you have to dedicate a good amount of time to whatever that purpose is if you want to make it valuable, which can be a little challenging in a party dynamic if it's not in the right setting. Oh, it can detect nearby undead because you can feel the righteous anger of the saint pouring off of it. Exactly. Like, I just imagine every one of the effects, like, having just some kind of tie-in to the skull, right? So, like, when you smite with it, the eyes, like, just glow up with this holy, radiant energy, right? So you can just feel, like, the saint's hatred towards the undead persisting through his own death, which is kind of an irony, right? Because he is in a way kind of become this undead force that still is persisting in its search to destroy undead. I think that's kind of awesome flavor through hypocrisy. Catboy Tad says, "I've had a good run. I am only the second boss." Catboy, you're a gracious winner. Angry Meatball says memory issues, keeping track of the kills over too long of time can be an issue. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? When you have these specific dynamics, it's easier if you're playing to a central theme, right? But, you know, imagine that you have 4 party members and they all have items that have like these distinctly different qualifications in order to um, get some kind of secondary effect. It becomes really, really unwieldy. But there are ways. There are ways for sure. I still like them. I will always like them, even if they are not the most practical. So. Okay. Well, unless someone has anything else they'd like to add, I'll give it another second before we move on to the next item. Just for those who are newer to the chat, right, like Dry Gold, for tonight's chat, we have already gone through a handful of items like the Hedrons of Destiny. So basically, we've put out a big list of positive, negative effects that could be used by these Hedrons. So if you have something you'd like to add, still feel free to type those in the chat. We also did the Ogre Knuckle, which we kind of imagine either being like a giant brass knuckle or a literal ogre's knuckle, having some effects that you can see there on the screen. The Venefact Shard, which I really like. I think it has some interesting potential single uses. But basically this item that either petrifies a target or potentially disintegrates them on a failed DC saving throw Constitution. We have kind of the roots of an idea for the... I need to put this in the title. Bow of Artemis. Not of, just of. And then finally we got Dead Man's Bane. Dead Man's Bane with the sauciest description. Okay. So with that being said, someone wants to go ahead and pick out the next item on the list that we can work through. Riley Runeseller is going to be a great character in my campaign, by the way, Catboy. Avarice? Oh, the Bag of Avarice. Okay. Let's do it. Alright, so I'm imagining a box. A crate. No, but, Catboy, I did not see your... You guys sent them in at the same time. Let me put that one down, and we'll do that one next. Alright, let's do the Bag of Avarice first, and then we'll come down and do the High Energy Thaumaturge. So obviously it's a bag, but what does it do? What was Plato's stupid cup that would drain from the bottom if you filled it too much? Let me look it up real quick. The Pythagorean Cup. A Pythagorean Cup, known as the Greedy Cup, is a practical joke device in a form of a drinking cup, credited to Pythagoras of Samos. When it's filled beyond a certain point, a siphoning effect causes the cup to drain its entire contents through the base. The cup can be used to learn about greed. Okay. Yeah, it was Pythagoras. That's interesting. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, you could go one of two ways with this, right? So you could go the before D&D approach, is that the item is cursed and then wants more put into the bag, and the bag itself is greedy. Or it could have a magical effect that when the bag is filled too much, which I think is what Angry Meatball's going for, is the more you put into the bag, the more likely it is to consume what's in the bag, making the user lose whatever they stored there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Angry Meatball. But I like both of those ideas. Both are very fitting. I kind of like the idea, if you do the bag as sentient, that it will only let you take an item from the bag if you give it something in return. You know? Right? So, like, you progressively have to put more into the bag because, like, let's say I put my chalice in it and I want to pull out my chalice. Well, now my chalice is effectively stuck. The bag won't give it to me unless I give it something else. So maybe then I give it my sword. Well, now my sword is stuck, right? Like, so you either have to keep switching things out, or as you keep putting things in, it becomes more and more of a problem. And then Dry Gold says, like a mystery prize on a game show, you put whatever you want in the bag, and then if you're bargaining with someone, you can sweeten the deal by throwing in whatever I have in my bag, and the person you're bargaining with has to make a charisma save or be consumed with greed for what's in the bag. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Angry Meatball says, I was thinking like a rope of useful items, but if you take too much from it too quickly, it'll try to bite your hand off. Okay. So we were thinking very different ideas. But I like all of these threads of possibility, so I'm going to put all of them down. So I'd say try to devour the user as opposed to just the hand. Too many items are taken. And then that's kind of the way I think of it. It's like a bag of holding, but you fill it up too much, it fucking destroys your shit. That's the version that I would probably do. And then like your bag of barter idea though, Aiden. You have to give it something of greater value though. Yeah, exactly. And I think it would be interesting, like the dynamic of how you could find these items, right? Like because they're items once the user has a true understanding, like no matter which way you go, chances are the user's gonna want to get rid of the bag, right? So if you do like the barter style where you are constantly having to feed the bag greater and greater value items in order to get your item back, you know? Unless there's a curse that doesn't allow the person to get rid of the bag, eventually they're just going to get rid of it, right? Eventually they're going to say enough's enough and they're going to toss it. So it can be also a thing of like maybe you find the bag and there's something valuable in it, but then you have to exchange something, and the bag isn't going to be like, I'm greedy, give me your items. It's just going to say like give and take. You could do checks if you don't feed the bag. Skips have started again, kind of like the spiders. Alright, let me see here. Okay, how's it working now? It's weird. Okay. I assume it's something with their servers. But who knows? If you don't feed it, it will call to others, and the first thing it will want is your life. It seems a little dark. Seems a little intense for a bag. But I do like the idea potentially of the bag, the curse being, you know, like either the bag is not able to be, you can't get rid of it easily, or maybe the curse is that you're compelled to try to take something from the bag. You could go a couple of different ways with that as well. Or just in general, it could be the fool's trope, right? Like that's personally that's why I like the idea of it being kind of like the Pythagorean Cup in that it pours out once it's filled to a certain point. Is that in every other way, like it doesn't need to be cursed, it doesn't need to be evil or sentient, right? You can do all of those things, and they're all great ideas. Um, but I like the simple nuance of you make that subtle change to a bag of holding, and it goes from being a great item to being a great item up until you're the guy who put a little too much in the bag and now it's all poof. And it can be also a good prank item, you know, like we talked about before. Um, Generally, items are that have a negative effect are terrible to the party until they figure out a way to use it to their advantage. So So we can bounce back and forth between that one. High energy thermometer. I don't even know what to envision when I hear that. if anyone has any ideas. What would we call a high energy thermometer? Lets you measure bombs, obviously. Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, I think that's going to be different in everyone's world what the definition of, like, what the basic unit of magic is. And is that all it does is, you know, I mean, obviously that's still significant, right? Having something that measures magic in that way. The thom is a basic unit of magic. It finds ley lines. Ooh. Thermometer. It would help if I could spell. Shut up before D&D. You're the last one who should be talking about typos. I used it in my campaign to give the party a means of tracking down a criminal who was using a powerful artifact. Okay, so gives you the ability to track. Let's see. Where am I? AI is always trying to talk to me. Yeah, I mean, so when I read that, like, the first thing I think of is, like, the basic ability is, like, a Detect Magic-esque type of ability. So did you have it incorporate with Detect Magic at all, or no, Catboy? Could be like a metal detector for magic items. Like the scum of you party can go to a fantasy graveyard and see who's buried with cool shit. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. The magic metal detector. We know you would before D&D because you're 7, so that's the first thing you would do. So I have no doubts. That doesn't seem high energy. Yeah, that's very, very true. Doesn't seem high energy at all. So maybe there's a... Oh. Maybe you have a low energy version as well. I basically had it so it scanned a large area and pinged if it detected a surge of magical energy. It also showed the location. How large of an area are we talking? Most of a city. Fair enough. Yeah, I feel like that's an interesting tool for solving a quest. When it finds magic, it plays music of your choosing to increase the party's energy. Lol. I mean, it would not be an episode of my stream, I guess, without you putting just some random shit in here, would it? So you made it a little over 2 hours. So good job. Yeah, I like that idea of having an item that maybe, like it could be spikes, it could be, you could phrase it a lot of different ways. Um, could maybe show you give you the location of the most powerful or significant magical energy is within a certain area would also be an interesting way of phrasing it. Right? Because maybe, it leads you to what you think you're looking for, and maybe it leads you to something else. In my setting, the material world is built of a god's corpse, and the effect of its decaying body is what produces magic. An NPC has been looking for a god particle, the smallest possible unit of magic, for several hundred years. She could definitely use one of these. Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to judge you for typos, Angry Meatball. I've made many typos, and they won't be going anywhere anytime soon. I'll let y'all know that now. It's True Blue is gonna laugh at me many more times and correct my spelling. It's fine. I'm here for it. Lol. It was explicitly set to filter out continuous magical effects, because otherwise it would have pinged most of the city. So was this an item that had like? Because when I think of this, I think of it as like a tunable. Like that's just the first thing that comes to mind. Obviously, that doesn't typically happen a lot in D&D, but like something, you know, like if you were looking for a radio frequency, you could typically filter out what wavelengths you didn't want, right? So, what did you have anything like that? Trigold says, "Nah, make them do data analysis to filter out continuous magical effects, Catboy." Yeah, exactly. Like I just imagine this like robust item that lets you track all of this magical data, but you have to have a master's degree to be able to analyze it and figure out where the source of the magic you're looking for is coming from. That would be funny. Like just that would be the Riley Runeseller version of it. Is it's like the most robust, useful, over the top version of this item, but it has so many features and contraptions to it that it makes it unusable by anyone without like a 20 plus intelligence. It was def possible, but the one who let the PCs use it would have to do the tuning. Yeah, that makes sense too. That's definitely a way to get around that. But I like the idea of the Riley Runeseller version. Potentially great. Like if a wizard built a mass spectrometer. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. Give wizards more techno babble. Yeah, because they don't have enough of that. All right. Very cool. Yeah, I mean that's the feeling that I'm getting, right? But I think that it could be used in a way that makes it more of uh, maybe not even a magic item necessarily. Maybe this is like one of those things, depending on your setting and how involved science is, right? Like this is more of like a scientific tool than I would say like directly a magic item, except for the fact that it's tracking magic. And for some settings where people like to contrast science and magic fairly heavily, that's a fairly cool concept. Um, but let's have someone pick out the next item, and we'll keep on plugging away. We're making good time. We've already got through quite a few magic items. So if you're here in the stream, thanks for joining. We're trying to knock out as many of these different magic items as we can before midnight tonight. So if you have any ideas or any of these items interest you, let us know so we can make sure to talk about them tonight. But yeah, thanks for joining the stream. We are aiming for affiliate. We're already at 31 followers and 6 streams, so that's awesome. Thanks to everyone who's shown their support by following and getting involved in the chat and the community. So I definitely appreciate you guys. We only need 19 more like-minded individuals to join us on this journey of world building and character building and lots of building. So if you haven't already, join the archive. So I just bought $13 worth of Pokemon cards. That seems fairly reasonable. $13 isn't, Yeah, that's actually a great question. How many cards is that? 82? Oh, that's really good. I mean, I haven't used Pokemon cards in forever, but I was on the phone with a friend of mine yesterday who said he is thinking about dropping $2,500 to build out a new Magic deck, and I told him that he is insane. Yeah, 82 seems like a lot for $13. It's also very specific. Both numbers, actually. I only buy individual cards. Modern or standard Magic? I couldn't tell you. It was just a conversation point. I'm not sure which he plays. Before D&D might know. It was Stan. Before D&D. If you know which version he plays. $2,500 sounds like modern. Probably. Could be. All I know is the guy spends a lot of money on Magic. Which there's nothing wrong with. This guy would buy the Black Lotus if it wasn't banned. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he may have spent more on Magic than I've spent on all my hobbies combined. Maybe not, but close. If he's dropping 2,500 per deck, or on one deck, he's got plenty of decks. Let's see. Alright. Who wants to pick the next magic item? If I've got anyone in the chat who feels like talking. Who hasn't already picked one, you know, feel free to throw one out there. No pressure though. If you just feel like lurking, lurk away. Commander is the only viable format. Catboy says, I collect Pokemon cards. I'm looking to have one for each Pokemon plus forms and now trainers. Henry Meatball says, you know how to make a small fortune playing Magic? Or D&D. He maybe does standard rarely, but he builds commanders that are broken. Angry Meatball says start with a large one. Oh my god. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is spot on. I don't think he started with a large one either, though. I think he's just got a spending problem, to his own admission. I stopped playing Magic when I dropped 250 without thinking for the Fairy Tale deck. I'm going to remind you once again that I offered you a great rate to help you with your financials. A stupid low rate. Because you need it. I built a deck for around $10 once. Catboy Tad, this is why I like you. You're not a fool. It's True Blue says the key is to build your deck online first and then work your way up to it. That's fair. But still, one of my decks is $12. I just can't, I can't imagine. I would love, it's True Blue, I would love for you to play my friend with your $12 deck. And he's got his $2,500 deck, and then you just absolutely destroy him. Also, don't use mainstream cards. It's an infinite combo deck. Use fun cards. I mean, that should be the point, right? Like, unless you're going to play professionally, which I guess some people do, I would just play what's fun. You know, I know it's not quite the same, but the only, you know, I never played Magic, but I played Yu-Gi-Oh! It was really popular in the area that I live in when I was growing up in high school. We'd play all the time during class. And I just always played the stuff that I thought was fun. Angry Meatball says, I started playing Magic around the time I started playing D&D, and I probably spent 20 times as much money on Magic and 100 times as much on D&D since. Hey, I mean, you've been doing it for a while, you know. Now what I do is but precons and only add a few cards to enhance it. I have a $65 commander deck. That's still very reasonable. Before D&D says, Stan's decks are some of the better decks I've seen. He truly finds broken combos and exploits them. For example, the Those are magic words. Yeah, but Stan spends so much time on these games. There's nothing wrong with it. If that's what you love, that's what you love. You know? I mean, look at how much time I'm spending just talking about D&D stuff. So, you can get a big creature out on turn 2 if you pay enough money for it. That's what it sounds like. Like when I hear about people spending 2,500 on a single deck, it's like it almost makes it sound like it should be pay to win, right? Like not because any game should be pay to win, but like goddamn, if one deck is gonna cost you that much, I hope it's better than my $12 deck or my $65 deck. Because if it's not, then that just fucking hurts. Like it hurts my soul to think about someone losing when there's that much of a gap. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Huh. I don't know how they do it. It couldn't be me. Cowboy Tad says, on a similar topic, I was once in a D&D game where we played people sitting down to play D&D, and then we got sucked into the world. We brought with us everything we physically had on us, most of which became magical, and that included magic cards. Oh, wow. That's cool. Yeah, I did like that's always interesting when you're bringing like the real life people into the fantasy setting, like the isekai kind of trope, I guess is what they would call it in anime. I did that once for a Christmas one shot where the players were actually just playing themselves. Um, we've done that a couple times actually, always to good success. I mean, you can have the most expensive deck ever, but it don't matter if you're shit at the game. Yeah, I mean, that's valid. That's how that's how it should be theoretically, right? Like I should be able to beat your monster deck if I'm a better player than you. Um, but fuck, like it still just hurts to think about, you know? Like I don't want to be that guy. I know someone who's trying to make a version of D&D that uses magic cards. Angry Meatball is going to share a story. Before D&D says exactly that's why I like Magic, it's kind of like a game of chess. Some games you just waiting for the other players to mess up. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, but the difference with chess, though, is like obviously, I mean, you can spend more money on a chess board, I guess would be the similar equation if you just get your ass beat by everyone you invite to play on it. But there's no, there's no price disparity in that you're both playing on the same board. It really is just down to the skill. And it doesn't, while it sounds like obviously there is quite a bit of skill involved, it does seem like there is some pay to win ish aspects in that if at least if you're playing the physical game, there are going to be price barriers for certain people who don't have the means to afford the cards that would put them in the best advantage. True Blue says, I'm in a campaign right now using a custom system where we're all playing self-insert characters who are playing a VR game, and most of the gameplay is inside the VR. It's epic. I have a giant fucking sword with a Gatling gun on it. That's a cool concept. I like that. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, that's an interesting twist. Oh man. Yeah, and our avatars can be whatever we want. Yeah, I like that. It just removes a lot of limitations and then adds a little bit of the flavor in that. And I don't know how much role playing you guys do outside of the VR system, but obviously it adds like it could add dynamic to the story because obviously your actions within the RPG, the weight of those actions are a little different, but not inconsequential. A bunch of different games mushed together. It's like Monster Hunter, Apex Legends, Red Dead Redemption 2, and a bunch of other games we haven't seen yet. Yeah, I like that idea. Interestingly, I played an archivist in that campaign. It's because you knew, Catboy. It's because uh, you knew one day that you were going to be an archivist in real life through the use of twitch.tv/ Aiden's _ archive. You knew before you knew. It's True Blue says my character is a Twitch streamer, but instead of being like me, she's like famous and not broke. Oof. Damn, you had to do it to yourself. I think you're pretty famous. You're almost at 500 followers, you know? Like if that's not famous, what is? Still poor but not broke. Yeah, that's a very serious distinction. Yeah, when you say angry meatball sucker, or when you say sucker punch angry meatball, what are you talking about? I think of the game studio that made like, was it Infamous? When I read sucker punch. Oh, you're right. Yeah. No, as soon as Catboy said it's a bad movie, I can visualize it. I haven't watched it, but I heard it was terrible. Yeah, less than good. It's a nice way of putting it. Yeah, yeah, I can remember with the blonde girl. Yeah. Also, my $65 commander deck is called Suicidal Elves. Is that like the game term for it? Like that's what the game calls it, or is that your nickname for it? It wasn't the best, but helped me realize I wasn't a part of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm not sure how it helped you with that, um, but okay. I don't know that you need to be making those decisions when you're 7, but let's see. It's True Blue says no. That's my name for it. Okay. Yeah, I would be just very surprised if they um, if they had picked that name. Let's see. The movie, bro. It's about making elf tokens whose sole purpose is to die so I can make more elf tokens, and every time an elf dies, my opponent takes unblockable damage. Okay, I got you. I was 10 when it came out. How are you 10 when it came out? If you're 7 now. I got the Benjamin Button disease. Oh man. The plot thickens. I love how we just have this ever-growing story of the 7-year-old boy that is before D&D. Wait, but that still wouldn't work. The movie didn't come out 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure it didn't come out 3 years ago. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that movie came out way, way long ago. I play commander decks that are unnecessarily complicated and occasionally a complete mess. Alright. That's what you are. If you have fun with, do it. Catboy says time travel was involved, and before D&D says I also got Captain America cryotherapy session. Okay. So you got frozen, so you wouldn't de-age. Makes sense. Would that work? I mean, not that, yeah, I guess it would. It's the same thing. You're just stopping the body's process of aging or de-aging. Shouldn't make a difference which direction it's going. So that's fair. BRB. Hey, take your time, Catboy. We'll be here. Before D&D equals smelly. Damn. Shit talking has begun. Shots have been fired. Don't tell before D&D's mom. It's past his bedtime. Let's see. Which item do we want to do next, guys? Oh no, not Karen. Karen underscore DND. Oh no. Or is it before underscore Karen? BRB. Everyone's BRBing. Tome of Simon. Where is that one? Okay, swap that. What are we swapping to? Hey, welcome back, Catboy Ted. Tome of Rage, Tears of Simon. Oh, that's right. That was the Simon Says joke. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a terrible joke. Each page lets you summon a different Simon. Yeah, I kind of like it the original way. Okay, hold that thought. I'm going to fill up my water real quick, and then we'll flesh those out. So start typing up ideas. We'll do both of these items together when I get back. The Tears of Rage and the Tome of Simon. So let's make a good Simon Says joke, I suppose, and then I will be right back. Okay. And we are live. Put a blanket down. Thank you. It's good to be back. Good to see you guys. Rather see your text on the Twitch chat, you know. It's good for y'all to see me, I guess, you know. A little cold in the studio. Yeah, I just got a new heater. Just came in today, and it's warming up right now. It's getting a little chilly in here. It's not so bad, though. I'd rather have it be a little cold than a little hot. So it's like a cozy cold, you know what I mean? Like, you know, almost makes you want to lay down and take a little nap. Take a nap right now. But yeah, it's like comfortable. It's how I prefer to be. Same, yeah. It's the way to be. Cold is definitely better than hot. Because when you're high, you're just sweaty and sticky. Cold, if it's not too bad. Like when it's not windy, cold is the best. A spell called Catherine? Is that like... I'm not sure what you mean, Anger Meatball. Yeah, exactly. You can rug up when it's cold. You can only rug down so far when it's hot. Exactly. Right? I don't think you guys want me to rug down on stream. I know Twitch doesn't, but... It's a goblin punch right up. guess I should put them as separate things. Oh no. I did not need to do that. Oh no. Wait, why is it still doing that? It's probably the most efficient way I could have done it. Letting you summon Simons reminded me of it. Spell called Catherine. Although he hardly is a world-class archmage, he is known with Mythborn as a summoner of no small talent. I'm sure. Quite simply, the spell summons a woman of the same name. The spell lasts for several hours. She is young, attractive, blonde, and wears a large blue dress, although she can change into anything provided. In personality, she's quick to laugh and prone to pouting. In all respects, she acts exactly like a human being. She is especially eager to obey any commands as long as they are phrased politely. It is fair to say I did not anticipate a spell would get such a reaction. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I could see how that would have come to mind. I almost imagine like the Tome of Simon's thing being, hey Drago, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. I almost imagine it being like, has anyone here watched Rick and Morty? I imagine like a Mr. Meeseeks kind of thing. Like you summon it, give it a task, and then it has to fulfill that task. Yeah, I'll read through the whole thing a little later on. But that does, like, it did seem like it had a lot of details, so. Hell yeah, Catboy, Rick and Morty. But yeah, if you were gonna do like a Tome of Simon, I could just imagine you generating like a generic NPC named Simon, who's got to complete one task. And he will go to great lengths to make his task complete until he gets his hands on the tome. And then it really is what Simon says. Yeah, don't give him anything too complicated. So what do you guys think of when you read Tears of Rage? What could we do with something like that? Hey, welcome back before D&D. We're working on Tears of Rage now, if you got any ideas. In this case, Catherine the spell is based on an actual person who posed for the spell, and their legal battles, likenesses, rights, crimes being committed by the spell. It's very interesting. A barbarian who is sad, a potion that lets you rage. Ooh. Seriously? Karen _ D&D is now following. Did you really do that before D&D? There's no way that this is actually another person. I appreciate the follow regardless. Oh no, this is not how I wanted Catboy to go out. It won't let her post a lol. Probably because you're already in here with another account. Oh my god. That's... No. No. I mean, like, I'm... Like... I would have been fine. Someone taking away his streak, that's whatever. But a fucking... A no-name, like a fucking... I don't even know how to say it. Just filler for a joke. You took him out with a joke before D&D? I'm butthurt. I'm actually blasted. Well, thus ends my reign. What a way to go out. You died as you lived, Catboy. Death by pun. This is Tears of Rage. Oh my god. I like both of those ideas, right? Obviously, the ability to rage being the like positive version, like the thing that you would specifically go buy in a store for your own use or find for your own use, and then the Berserker one like could also be the same thing, but then also has the additional layer of you could kind of supplant that potion into someone's food or drink, or like you could use it against your enemy to make them forcibly rage. Yeah, and that's true. That adds some flavor. Or maybe even just in barbarian tribes, right? Like they use it early on to teach the boys or the children who are going to learn to do battle how to harness their inner rage, right? Because that rage has to come from somewhere. That would be an interesting way of doing it as well. Yeah, I like that. There's a lot of flavor you could do with the Berserker version. Well, guys, we're officially at 32 followers. And we officially have a new stream boss in the form of Karen D&D. Not the way that I would have liked to get a new stream boss, but hey, we're here. We're living it. We're making it happen. So, how long will Karen D&D be the stream boss? Hopefully not long. We'll see who's going to be next. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else to say to that, but yeah. If you're here, thanks for being here. You feel like Anakin right now? You are kind of like Anakin right now. You just betrayed the whole archive with this joke, but it's okay. It's fine. It's no big deal. Stream bosses will come and they will go. Plus we have 18 followers at least we need to make affiliate. So someone will inevitably follow and knock Karen D&D down some HP. Anakin was 7 at one point. So it could be you. There? There what, Catboy? feel like that's a good boss to have. Yeah, I mean it's like the it's just different in that like I think everyone can rally behind the fact that we want to get rid of Karen D&D. There's gemstones in the glass now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it drops one every time someone follows. So, I like it because the visual is like, Tasha's dropping it. It's silly and cheesy, I know, but, why not? Why not? Gotta, gotta do what I can to add a little bit of flavor. I'm gonna have to try and see if I can figure out some more unique backgrounds. I don't know if anyone's taken a look at the little selection of merch, but if someone could tell me, there should be a panel. I was having a little trouble figuring out if it was working last night. There should be two different panels on my Twitch feed. One should just be like a static link to my actual merch store, and then the other one should actually kind of like let you guys look at the items without having to click away. So I don't know if that second option is actually there. If someone could let me know whether it's there or not. I know there's for sure a link that works, but I'm curious if the panel that just shows you the items is actually there. It is? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, because it wasn't there when last night, and I think that's just because I wasn't live. I think you guys can only see it when I'm live, but I might be wrong. But yeah, if you guys get a chance and take a look through, let me know if there are any of those items you actually like. I plan to change a lot of the stuff out as I get new logos and things like that. And I want to mostly use the stuff on there. Obviously, if you guys like it and want to buy it, go for it. But I also want to use some of the stuff for giveaways and things like that as well. I really like the beanie. I'm getting the beanie for myself. Because the beanie looks clean. I just think it's cool that they let you do that, And it seems like all the products are fairly high quality. But... Oh yeah, for sure. For sure I'm gonna wear it on stream. I mean, I'm gonna wear it in general, because I only have one good beanie, and it's not anything like particular special. It's just a regular black beanie. But I like that I was able to get it where it's kind of subtle. It's right there, and obviously the logo is the kind of thing that, most people take a glance at it and not necessarily think twice about what it is, but I can still rep the archive. The Tears of Rage are the names of a pair of meteorites that hit the ground and shattered. People told stories about them eventually setting on the idea that they were tears shed in anger by a god. That's interesting. When you put the first line, I for a minute I was sitting there thinking, like, is that an actual thing? Like... that's a different direction. Yeah, that's an interesting pivot. Instead of being a potion, being a specific type of arrowhead from a meteor. Because you could also make it like a tribal thing, like maybe the meteor fell or meteors fell from, you know, in a specific part of the world. You absolutely need to kill a dragon. You find one of those Tears of Rage arrows. Da, da, da. Yeah. So what would you put the damage value at on a Tears of Rage arrow? You know, obviously it's going to be fairly rare. I feel like if it makes the user rage, it has to have exhaustion afterwards, so it isn't OP. I mean, that just depends on the rarity of the potion, right? Like, once again, that's the balancing act. Is the more common an item is, either the weaker its ability should be, or the more significant the drawback of the ability should be. So yeah, if it's a common potion that's cheap to buy, then yeah, if you can use a rage, you should be exhausted afterwards, right? Because then it, you know, adds credence to why the item is not super expensive. But if you make it a more uncommon, harder to find, rare, more expensive item, then you don't necessarily need to add those drawbacks. But it's all about what balance you strike. So I don't imagine Tears of Rage when I think of something like that. I don't think of it as being a common item. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with it having the exhaustion effect. It would be interesting if it has that effect from the like ritual standpoint as well, because maybe you take on that ritual and it has a very significant effect on your body afterwards, which could be part of the exhaustion. So that's the beauty of this. We have two completely different types of items. And there are several directions you could go with each type of item. See. How are you defining OP? I was thinking it was a vial of tears and it had multiple tears, but it being a potion that you need to drink all of it makes sense. I forgot about D&D for a second. Yeah, I mean, frankly, you could have vials or beakers or glasses that have more than one dose in it as well, right? But you got to keep in mind that raging in and of itself is a minute-long effect, right? Like if you're just saying if they go mindless berserk, that already has disadvantages that are inherent to that, right? But if it's like you get a use of rage, well, you gotta keep in mind a rage lasts a minute anyways, you know. So it's not like you're just downing multiple, and then it still just comes down to the value piece. The more expensive it is, the more justifiable it is to have it be something that you could use multiple times, or the more injustifiable it becomes. So it just depends on where you want to value it. So, and that's always in my mind, the best way to do it is make the item you want to make, right? So add whatever properties you want, kind of like what we talked about earlier. Make it as busted as you want it to be, as long as it's the item that you truly envision and the item that you think is fun to add to your game. And then just think about how you as a DM, um, would want to balance that within your game. If you're someone who wants a very tight, clean balance, then you need to add more significant thought into what rarity or how often you introduce this element to your game. If you don't, if you want to, throw it at your party, then just throw it at them, and then it doesn't matter. What would the potion look like? I almost think of like a, like a dark blue liquid that when you look into it, it almost appears as if there's a storm inside of it. Like as the potion swirls around, it has like a lightning type effect. I would go unrealistic in terms of the description of it. But that's what came to mind when I first read Tears of Rage, is like some type of liquid with a storm inside of it. Obviously it doesn't have to be like a literal storm, but it just maybe has like a visual effect that makes it perceived as if it was stormy weather. Angry Meatball says the Viking berserkers would drink a concoction made of a mushroom that is chemically similar to PCP. Oh, that's interesting. If you go that direction, I'd imagine brown and murky. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's an interesting concept. I probably wouldn't steep myself too much into to making it similar to Vikings in that way. But you definitely could. Alright, switching gears a little bit, because we've got just about an hour left, about 55 minutes left in tonight's stream. Before D&D, hopefully you can chime in on this. How do we make the Tome of Simon? Got my ass off, so the Vikings were tripping balls the whole time. Of course they were. That doesn't surprise me one bit. I would have been more surprised to find out that they weren't tripping. I fucks with that so hard. I hope Karen doesn't read you saying that. Oh my god. That bitch can't chat. Laugh out loud. Good job. Good job, man. The amount of effort that you put into your dumb jokes, too, is just insane. Like, you actually left the chat to go create that account. Good thing she'd just be asking for everyone's manager. I'd tell her I am the manager. Maybe it's a tome of useless spells. Okay. That is definitely one angle. like, okay, so maybe they're like command style spells, right? Like, the more I'm thinking about this, I'm imagining like, power word kill or power word stun, but instead of the spell being like power word, it's Simon Says, right? And so they're just weaker versions in that way. So you could do like Simon Says lie down, forces your opponent, if they fail the DC or whatever, to go prone, or something to that effect. That sounds goofy enough to me. Like just imagining a player be like, Simon Says lie down. I want to cast Simon Says go to sleep, right? Like it could just be modified versions of somewhat already existing spells. Simon, from Hebrew, to hear or be heard. Is that why they call it Simon Says? That's incredible. Or the spells only work when the tome's writer says them. Oh, wow. Like they could be the greatest spells ever created, but only Simon can use them. Before D&D says, what about it telling the tale of Simon, and as a choose your adventure book, 2 scenarios every time I go to bed, and eventually you meet Simon, and he is aware of the book. It's like a voodoo doll that someone curses him with, and if you choose good things, Simon is very grateful, and if you choose bad things, we roll initiative. Okay, I like that. The mechanics of that would be extremely interesting, but I like the idea. That is a fun concept. Hmm. Yeah. There'd be a lot that goes into developing that to make it reasonable and not necessarily balanced, but just work out how that works from a role playing perspective. You know what it could be? Yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea actually. Okay. I don't know that we're gonna get a lot more detailed than that on the Tome of Simon, so we'll keep on going. What are we? Yeah, we've got a good amount of time left. It's a physical pun. You open the Tome of Simon and it teleports you to the tome. Oh. That's interesting. Simon is a lich. Oh shit, the stories come all together. Alright, so you... No, I'm putting that in the wrong spot. You find the Tome of Simon, which is this choose your own adventure book. And at the end of the adventure, you basically read the story of how Simon became a lich. But if you choose shitty things for Simon when the tome teleports you, he fucking kills you because he's a lich and he makes you his undead. But if you're nice to Simon in the book, you know, maybe Simon does something nice for you. Maybe Simon puts the tomes out to find people who are worthy of finding him for whatever purpose. Simon is a lich. We got about 45 minutes. Do you a favor and clap. What are you tripping? So are you having a stroke, or is there a problem with the stream, or what's going on? Okay. It's so weird that it's intermittent. Like that it's coming and going. Yeah, we can do the Evermind next. Okay. Okay, I think we're good now. Aren't you a little young for that? Yeah, what would your mother think? Okay, I see what you're saying. It's basically an item that passes on the knowledge of the original owner. kind of think of, like, when I think of Evermind, obviously the first thing that comes to me is like the Elder Brain, but it disappears after using it, looking for more knowledge to add. Interesting. Advantage on intelligence checks. Got it. I feel like it it once again comes down to the balancing act of like how crazy do you want to get with it, because like I think of like something just hella crazy, right? Like you put it on and when you activate it, like you get a one use activation, which is going to make you like insanely OP. It gives you access to all the knowledge of the and power of the previous wearers for whatever amount of time. Maybe it's a day, maybe it's an hour. I think an hour is probably a good balance. You just have insane power. But then once it's gone, it doesn't just disappear, it takes you with it. Right? Like once it takes the knowledge, it's not like taking a copy of your knowledge, it takes your literal knowledge from you and then continues its search. That would be the hella OP way, like not OP in the power sense, but OP in the fact that once you've used it, it's gonna just fuck you over. I don't know. I like it's that high risk, high reward mentality. Maybe you stop the big bad evil guy because you were, you know, you had thousands of years of knowledge and power at your disposal, but then you became a part of those thousands of years of knowledge and power. With a name like the Evermind, it's got to be like the One Ring level of power and legend. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it's got to be like extremely OP to use, but at a cost. Yeah, exactly. Like a sentient artifact. Like it knows, it seeks knowledge, and its trade is it's going to either give you knowledge or power in that moment, but then it's going to take your knowledge in return. It'd be like a more tame version of the Evermind, right? Like if you didn't want to go the weapon or legendary like artifact route, you could keep the same thing, make it a sentient magical item that is kind of similar to the bag we were talking about earlier, the bag of Avarice. Make it an item that is seeking more knowledge, and in order, the item will answer a question for you if you give it a piece of information it didn't already know. Right? So you teach the item something, and it will answer a question based on its like mass pool of knowledge. So it's this ever expanding mind of facts and knowledge and information. So it doesn't necessarily have like a combat implication, but you could like maybe ask like, what is a troll weak against? And it'll answer your question in exchange for a fact or piece of information that it was not already aware of. So the longer it exists, the more difficult it becomes for people to use. But there are obviously clever ways to get around that. once you become attuned to it, your mind is connected to it. It wants to absorb your experiences and personal knowledge into itself. Yeah. But what is it giving you? When you use it, it'll give you crazy power bonuses or whatever, but when you do, you roll a d10. Okay? I'm here for it. I'm reading. I'm not even gonna acknowledge that one. All right, we're just not gonna talk about that one, Captain. We're just gonna move on. Ooh. Ooh. But what would it want to do when it takes control of you, right? Because, like, that's the thing is when I think of the Evermind, it's not that it wants to necessarily control a body. Oh shit. Okay, I like that. All right, that's what I needed. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense, right? Try it doesn't just control you. It tries to help you yeet yourself out of life. That's that's a dangerous tool. You can also see the Evermind being a title passed down and it belonged to the original. I know this isn't lore day, but I feel like a nice way to emphasize its power. I'm not sure what you mean. I get what you're saying, kind of, but so are you saying that Evermind is an item being passed down, or the Evermind is an item, or the Evermind is the title, and then the item that we're describing would be just something that you get for being the Evermind? If I ask that the right way. Right, because the Eye of Agamotto is still, it has its own distinct name. As though there's a hero called the Evermind who has supposedly lived for hundreds of years. That almost hits a little too close to home for the Aiden Storm Chaser backstory. An awakened Aiden is essentially an Evermind. You could make it the titles being the 22nd Evermind, and when their term is up, they give their essence to it. It's a very Dr. Fate backstory. And when it senses someone it wants, it teleports to them, and eventually they all join. It's too erratic, man. I love your concepts, but they're too all over the place. Is Aiden like the Dread Pirate Roberts? I don't know about that. It's a little different. Aiden is is can't. There's a lot I could talk about with Aiden. That's a whole nother. Yeah, Aiden's more like Avatar, the Last Airbender, in the pathology of how his reincarnations work. Aiden sounds like the Dalai Lama. He could be. Aiden's a great guy. But yeah, before D&D, I guess like so, it feels like the points you're making are just, like, not to shit on the idea, because the idea at its core is good. It's just disjointed, right? If you're having a culture where you have a tradition of passing down the Evermind, you either need it to be a mantle, so kind of like what Angry Meatball is talking about, which is you have a hero who people think is the same dude, but it's really just different people. But because you have that shared consciousness and that shared intellect, it's viewed as the same hero traveling through time, right, so to speak. Or you do it like you're talking about, but you make it a cultural thing, like the king is the Evermind, and maybe you have this super advanced society because the ruler of the society has all the knowledge and information presented to the last king and the king before that, and then it's the cycle of continuously growing. And then yes, when the current Evermind dies or their turn comes to pass, then their knowledge is supplanted into the Evermind, which is then passed down, and the next king is, given more knowledge to use. I want this item to be evil. Yeah, it's also, and it's fine, right? Use it however you want, but I really like the idea of this being like a high risk, high reward thing, right? Is either the item, the tame version to me is it simply seeks knowledge and will trade for it, right? The evil version is, or the more intense version is, it will give you what you want to almost an infallible degree, but the exchange is after that it's given you its side, you're gone, you're done, right? Whether you make it, you have multiple instances based on risk through a roll of a die, to you get an hour of OP and then you're just auto toast. But the thing wants to consume you. All right. I'm a sucker for heroics. I think you're just a sucker, but all right, we are actually in the last 30 minutes of tonight's stream, so if you're still here, thanks for joining, thanks for stopping by. It's been a lot of fun so far. We've come up with a lot of good ideas for these magic items, so we're going to see if we can maybe knock out one or two more before we call it a night. But yeah, so far so good. I think next week we're doing towns and cities as the flesh out topic next Saturday. Sucker D's nuts. You misspelled it. Good job. Hey, don't pick on the kid like that. I got some stuff for that. You got some stuff for what, Catboy? Alright. We probably could get another 1 to 3 depending on how quick we are. So what are we want to do next? Oh, town cities, that's right. You do have a lot of good town city ideas. That'll be next Saturday for sure then. Towns and cities. Do you want to tackle the daggers? What, light and shadow? Sure. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. So I think the first thing I'd tell you is don't even call it the light and the shadow. I would just call it light and shadow. If that's the naming you're going to use for the contrast, it'll sound better. But like anything else, that's up to you. I like light and shadow. The obvious duality that immediately comes to mind is radiant and necrotic damage, being the attributes of the daggers. I don't know what to do with them, but I would like to hear what y'all have for those. So that would be my first thought, is that if they're daggers, one does radiant damage, one does necrotic. So there's your literal duality of the two. You could go a lot of different ways with the lore, right? But yeah, there's a lot you could do with that. You could even, yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Like, you could do magical light versus magical darkness, whether it's a blinding flash or daylight or whatever, versus magical darkness. It really just depends on, with items like these, right? I honestly feel like the lore should almost predicate what the item actually does, more so than you building. I mean, you could do it either way. You can always work from either point. But I would think of the backstory of the item before determining what specifically it does, right? Like, because you could go the route of, with the backstory, it's going to inform whether these items are typically meant to be used together or if they're meant to be the antithesis of each other, right? Like, it's a huge difference if you want, like, if you said, like, maybe there was an angel, two angels that were brother and sister, and one fell to the dark and created shadow as a way to bring darkness to the world, but then the good angel made light in order to, like, they balance each other out in a combative way, from a lower perspective. Or if they're a set that are meant to be in combination of each other, then that changes things. They long for each other, okay. But in what meaningful way do you demonstrate that longing? Yeah, I mean, I would probably end up changing the name as well, Angry Meatball, from something other than Light and Shadow. But there's nothing wrong with using it as a placeholder for now. It gets the idea across, though, of what we're trying to hone in on. Ooh, maybe it was an angel and a devil. Okay, I could get behind that. Like, maybe an angel and a devil who uh, were in love, forbidden love, and they were killed, and their souls became the weapons. And even after their deaths, they still long to be together. Yeah, if you were gonna go the route of using the angel devil concept, or like whatever creature you want, you could even you could switch it up. You can add the Romeo Juliet dynamic to any race, right? You could do fake creatures instead. Maybe there's like uh, you know two different types of creatures from the Fae that were in love, but it was forbidden, or like you just use that trope. But the way that I would choose the final naming on it, whatever you decide to go with, would be based on what name you give to those characters, right? Because if it's their souls that make these items, then effectively the item is them, right? So right, or you even get away from the paired name in general. You could just do uh, you know like instead of doing the Romeo Juliet or light and shadow, you do like the lovers twist, or I don't know, something's better than that. But find you could go a couple of different ways with the naming. I generally like names that have he fucks with which part. I generally like when I pick out names, I usually spend a lot of time trying to find particular meaning to it. But yeah, I mean it's in essence a Romeo Juliet story, right? They long to be together, they can't be together because of whatever situation, right? And maybe that's even the part of the difficulty in retrieving the items, right? Like maybe and this could be too specific, maybe, but it could always be a thing of like maybe you find the first one and you don't really know much of the lore, but if you're playing like a traditional D&D setting, maybe you find the devil's half in the Nine Hells, right? You come across it, and once the player actually receives the item, they always have this sense of longing or being drawn towards the second dagger. So, over time they can learn why they have this inclination to seek out the other item. And obviously, from the player's perspective, you don't even have to tell them that it's just a second dagger. And once they find it, you don't even have to tell them at that point, right? It could just be subtext through lore. Yeah. And then you have the quirks of, like, once the player does have them every time, maybe they have one equipped without the other. There could be, like, maybe a negative or a consequence, or even just a non-important consequence, like just the fact of having this sense of sadness or separation as you stash light back into your bag and then wield shadow with another dagger. You almost get a sense of jealousy from light as it's being put away. Like you get these senses or feelings as if the souls are still alive and longing each other. Yeah, I mean maybe that could be it. Is when you wield both in combat for the first time, you're given the lore dump or the vision. Yeah, that's one of the concepts I want to explore in my campaign already. So I like this idea. In that I plan to have weapons that are rumored, not necessarily truly, but rumored to have the essence or souls of people in them, and not like the daggers from the last campaign. Like uh, more influenced by the souls. I think it's an interesting concept. Even if it's not true, people will believe it. Okay, we got about 15 minutes, so let's try to do one more. Let's see if anyone wants to pick the last one out. Substitute? Hell yeah, let's do it. The substitute item. Hell yeah. That's a way to end the night. Hit it with a Pokemon reference. Alright, Catboy. What are we thinking for substitute? What I immediately think of is like you have an item that like it literally just does the Pokemon thing. Like maybe it puts you in a pocket dimension and um, replaces you with a doll or some other thing for an amount of time until it's destroyed. I forget how substitute works because it's been a while since I played Pokemon. I don't remember if it lasts for a turn or it lasts until it's killed, but I feel like it lasts for a bit. Simulacrum. I don't know. I can't talk. Simulacrum before you die. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Kind of. Expand on that, Angry Meatball. Because you could do the same thing until it takes a certain amount of damage. Okay. Yeah, because that's kind of what I'm thinking is like maybe it is a simulacrum in that maybe it does a little bit more than a typical substitute, right? Where it would just sit there and be useless. Maybe it's like a copy of you that will fight, but it has a limited pool of HP, and you go to a pocket dimension while you have your simulacrum out. That would be cool. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the simulacrum spell. I just meant like if there was more to the mechanic of it, because I don't know if you've ever like the substitute is like a Pokemon reference because it's a literal move in Pokemon where basically your Pokemon disappears and a little doll shows up to take its place to tank damage before you swap back in. So substitution jutsu. Yeah, while you make a run for it. That would be the ooh, yeah, you could go a couple of different ways with this. Like on the low level, if you wanted to make this a low level item, I would think of it as like a substitution jutsu type thing. Like maybe it creates the dummy clone that doesn't do anything and then gives you either like a dimension door or Misty Step esque type ability where you teleport a certain distance. So then it's on you between your stealth and deception to actually make a break for it. Or you do the simulacrum rope trick style combo where it's like you disappear and then the simulacrum fights in your place until it takes a certain amount of damage, which is probably like significantly less than your typical HP, um, before returning you where you were. Oh, okay. That's a couple of different good ideas. Yeah, like basically you're comboing some type of escape or safety utility into the fact that you're spawning either like this cardboard cutout or a clone. Uh well, blink is a little different because blink you have the chance that you're not going to blink out. It's just a supply teacher you carry in your bag. So how are we feeling about the newspaper makers having it? Yes? No. I don't think so. I do not think that's a good idea at all. Probably your worst one. Like Von Lab? Nah. Speaking of which, my next one shot will be coming up very soon. Been doing a lot of thinking and, prep, both obviously on the stream and off the stream. So, I think I will be running another game inside the campaign setting to test out some other ideas. To keep it like the move, it should have a cost to use it. What was the cost to use it? Was it like a certain amount of HP or something? I really don't remember. But yeah, this one shot is going to be spicy AF. 25% HP. Sick. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the same theme of rarity and usefulness, right? If it's going to have a health cost and be fairly rare, I would probably beef up which abilities you're getting. Like, I'd probably do the alternate dimension simulacrum combo, where you have, like, effectively guaranteed safety until this clone of you is killed in combat. If you're going to keep it lower value with the health component, I'd probably do just like a Misty Step dummy combo, where you get to basically run away, or maybe even Dimension Door. Dimension Door is not that broken if it's a running utility, but it's a great spell. Dimension Door is one of my favorite spells because there's so many creative ways to use it. Like most things in D&D. Man. Karen_D&D is the stream boss still. That's disheartening. Long may she reign. Yeah, we'll see how long her streak goes. It definitely looks like she's gonna be here through the end of this stream. That's for sure. She will reign for at least one session. Let's see. How much dono is it to take her down? In theory, it should be $5 if you wanted to one-shot her. Yeah, because it should be every dollar is 200 HP, so $5 would take her down. Taxes, special handling. Interesting. Okay, well, we're getting towards the end of the night. It's been another great stream. Let's see here. I'll try to take her down if she's still up. Next time I get paid, I just threw all my money into stocks. I am once again broke. Dude, you really gotta like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You just be throwing money at stuff. And then you're always surprised when somehow it doesn't work out. It's gonna work out this time. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. Americans are always surprising like that? You mean the way they just throw money into stuff? I am Mexican. You're an American. I resemble that remark. you know? In the UK, you're born fucked, you'll stay fucked, and you know that. We just hope for a better tomorrow. Doesn't sound so different. Oh my god, that's so true. That's pretty spot on. You're born fucked, you'll stay fucked, but everyone's confident they're the next Bill Gates. That might be the one right there. Hey, who knows? Maybe he's right though, you know? Someone has to win the jackpot. Not me, I'm realistic. I want to be the next Elon Musk. Oh my god. What a fool. I'm sure if I homebrew one more magic item, I'll strike it rich. Yeah, that's exactly it, you know? It only takes one more. You know? I'd like to think that one day I won't be fucked. So I'm always doing stuff to try to unfuck myself. But maybe Angry Meatball's right. Maybe I won't be the next Bill Gates or the next Elon Musk. But, yeah, no. Maybe I will. It's worth a shot. But anyways, it is officially that time of night. So you guys know the drill. I think for the most part, it's the regulars in here. So I appreciate you guys sticking it out the whole time. And being so interactive as we put together these magic items. I'll make sure to drop a copy of the doc in the Discord in the appropriate channel. So if you guys want to review it, edit it yourselves, make any additions, you're welcome to do so. I will be back live Monday, 8 p.m. Central Time, where we will do some more general world building with a focus on town and city basics. So that way next Saturday we can do our town and city deep dive. You guys know the drill. So if you like what you saw, make sure you let other people know who you think might enjoy this content. I will have the YouTube video up first thing in the morning, and I will be working on the next podcast episode next Wednesday, actually. So I'll have another podcast episode, hopefully a much more thorough and better episode up in the next couple of weeks. So thank you guys for all your continued support, and I will talk to you guys in a couple of days. Y'all have a great weekend. Peace out.